I'm master of the ring, it's no big thing. With my weapon I swing, pain that I bring would make the bard sing. Some called me the king, but you don't have to call me that. It was the name the fans had for me, you know. You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer. I don't tell any lies, I'm massive in size. I think it's quite wise when my hammer flies. The naughty goblin dies, the pretty lady cries, but I can compromise, because I'm really cool and like to do my thing, you know. You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer. I can dance a jig, I can laugh real big, I can snap you like twig, put you in the brig. I don't wear a wig, I do eat like a pig, though please not that fig. I'm really not a fan of those day-type fruits, you know. You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer. I lead the group, cause I'm the poop. If you want the scoop, I'll keep you in the loop. Be part of my troop, then I'll give you really big hugs and stuff, because I do that with people I like, you know. You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer.
But me, I'm chaos. Some love order, but I'm out of control. I don't fit in, but that doesn't matter. Never wanted anything different anyway. I'm happy this way. I'm free, vermin lady for life, with a bow and a knife. A vermin lady brings death. Don't get in my way. I know the hidden paths, I'm under your feet. You look right past me, you don't even see, but that's fine by me. I got no use for your civilized ways that never look fun to me anyhow. I'm happy this way. I'm free, vermin lady for life, with a bow and a knife. A vermin lady brings death. Don't get in my way. Yeah, I like rats. Yeah, I like cheese. Yeah, I smell bad. I probably have fleas again. Some call me girl, some call me liar. Some call me thief, some call me for hire. You can call me that's my name, don't use it in vain, or your future will be filled with a swarm of rats. I'm happy this way. I'm free, vermin lady for life, with the bow and a knife. A vermin lady brings death. Don't get in my way.
You won't see me coming, I disappear for fun. The name's clear for me and the shadows are one. I'm after a bounty, won't help them to run. They'll notice notice me when I fire my gun. My leg is stiff again today. This coffee is a bit cold for my liking. People what live in comfortable homes with pretty gardens, they just never get to see much of the world. Me? I go everywhere, get hired to run down scum for money, but also 'cause I don't like 'em much. You won't see me coming, I disappear for fun. Name's Cliff, me and the shadows are one. I'm after a bounty, won't help them to run. They'll notice me when I fire my gun. I don't usually have a posse. Group I'm with now, though, ain't so bad. There's even times when they don't shoot first. Well, better than most, I suppose.
Whatever buzz that was, the buzz went away.
Oh, that might have been me. I think I hit my arm here.
I think we're okay. We should be good. Excellent. Well, welcome and welcome back, Mythlanders. This is session 26 of Goblin Stone. We're coming back to our up-and-coming heroes in the market square. But the last few sessions, on stream anyway, we've learned about what happened to the champions of Arabelle, those powerful high-level heroes that, through fate and visions from gods and druids, found their way toward Arabelle as the stone was falling, rushed toward it and into it, hoping to rid the city of some terrible threats that were within the stone. And they succeeded. They killed a beholder, most of its kin. They ascended higher in the stone. As they lost numbers, they refilled their ranks with other prisoners that they found within the stone. There was little chance for them to rest, so they climbed higher and into a dragon's den, the den of an ancient green dragon, with, a couple of essentially first-level characters and a couple of, or 3 higher-level characters, or 3 10th-level characters. They fought an ancient green dragon in its lair. Many of them, most of them, were killed, we're certain, but they managed to collapse much of the ceiling, including these chunks of glowing red crystal filled with some sort of evil magic, down onto the dragon's back. And using their powers, their strengths, and their magics, they managed to drive the ancient creature away from Arabelle, where it flew somewhere to lick its wounds and recover. But their fate, not all of the fates of the champions of Arabelle are accounted for, but we know that many of them died in their heroic victories. But this session we'll return to the market square, to Helena, to Millie, to X, Clifford, and Lokag, as they've brought the people they've rescued from the stone back into the square and reunited people with their kin, and helped sort of establish other people that, there was people that you rescued that didn't know anybody in the square, at least not directly. So some time was spent introducing these people to each other, kind of getting them taken care of, and finding them rest and food and something to do with their hands. There was also Baraduin, the dwarven bard, who seems to be just that, not a bard of power, but a singer of stories and a gatherer of tales. If she has any magic, you all haven't seen it yet, but she has approached each one of our heroes and spoken with them and tried to get a story, to build a story of what happened while they were away from the square, and has suggested that the people want to feast or toast or celebrate the people that have done so much to keep them alive and bring their people back to them and give them hope and purpose through these incredibly insane times that these people are living through, yourselves included. Millie has, seems to be leaning against that, and seems to feel, that it's a waste of food and resources while there are difficult times. But some of you can also see that there's a need there that the bard is trying to fill. That need for, the people to take a breath, for them to toast the champions. They're, what are ostensibly at the moment their champions. The high champions of Arabelle are our heroes here. You all don't know their fate, not directly. You know a couple of them. You found, unfortunately, some bodies and snippets of clothing. So, and let's see here. X had spoken at length to the blacksmith's nephew, or son, and gotten him somewhat steadied, given him a lantern that was kindled, that was lit with Bridget's flame, the one relic of the Tuatha De Danann that you all have reclaimed. He's taken it to his forge and promised to see what he can do with it. You also brought the nephew of one of the apothecaries back to the town, and a very young druid apprentice who can help them grow their gardens. So you will have some new options now within the square too, as time moves forward. You should expect to have a greater supply of potions, and maybe be able to ask for some different types of potions from them that they could then make. Same thing with the smithy. They should be able to craft much better weapons and to help imbue power and magic into quality gear that you already have. And as I said, it's deep, the day is lengthening toward afternoon, and you can see evening sort of, or you can almost feel it on the horizon, on the far side of the city. But the expected rush and chatter and chanting of the goblin hordes, while it has began to flare up around the city, it has not flared up for blocks and blocks and blocks around the market square. And some of you rightly assume that this is because of the effects of your actions. The number of goblins that you've killed particularly probably some of the plans that you may have broken apart, taking out a couple of their leaders, both inside the square and out of it. But let's move over and see if what else you all recall. What else might have been left out? Yeah, Millie, J. Fink. Anything that you want to remind everybody of or ask me about? Anything I forgot to mention?
Not a whole lot. I know we have a spy hidden in some building somewhere nearby that we tracked down.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I think that was about everything going on. I know Millie's pushback on the feast is that it's needs to be a responsible feast. A small feast is okay. A feast to her really means just one thing, which is a feast.
Yeah. A waste of food and resources at any time. Yeah.
An abundance of food and resources used to kind of satiate, but not be used well. So
Well, I'll
that's her
tell you the
pushback.
one time I got stuck in a cave and I had no food for 3 weeks, and I only could do it because I had drunk 5,000 jugs of beer the night before.
Sounds like a low-cag tale.
As there are reasons why they get along so well.
Yeah,
What about you, Clifford? What else do you recall from last session?
that's actually how we met. Good. Yeah, hey, I remember a lot of fighting and stuff. It was all very exciting. And I know we're trying to kind of, get back together. We're pretty much took care of things, which was pretty huge. We were in some difficult straits there. The fact that we got out and we got as many people saved is pretty amazing. So that's we're coming back to enjoy the glory and the boon of being the town heroes. And he's very excited about this.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Lokag, Bri, what about you? Anything I left out or anything that you want to mention?
I think I know that we've got the feast coming up.
Mhm.
I think that did we give Lokag's glaive over to the smithy to imbue it with some magic, I think?
I believe
I'm
that's what you
trying to
talked about.
remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't have anything in my notes, so I was trying to remember.
Yeah, I think the
But-
consensus was that, everybody else either had something magical or had, magic that they used, or that, you seem to be best served by it.
Nice. Okay,
But
good.
whoever is the
That was-
first, you certainly won't be the last. Unless things go horribly wrong.
Why would you say that?
It's my job. Add a little bit of uncertainty to everything. Except when you win. I like to let you know that you definitely won. What about you, DL? Any other things left out, things that you wanted to mention? Or things you're excited about?
Well, as your group's optimizer, I suppose I haven't heard anybody mention the nectar of the gods that we got at the end as a reward. Everybody getting like a free +1 to an ability somewhere is insanely strong. So
Oh, yeah.
that's kind of
Forgot
a
about
kind of a landmark thing for the group.
Heck yeah.
So better than a magic item in my opinion. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, so we got that. I thought that was really kind of unique DM. I always like it when you come up with stuff that's not necessarily like straight out of the book, but you're like, okay, here's something cool that you can all have that is a reward for your gameplay so far. So I enjoyed getting that and
Yeah.
appreciate it from you. And I'm looking forward to a little bit of role playing tonight, and let's get it done.
Yeah, heck yeah. Well, awesome. Let's see here. Transition us, I think, back to a map. Well, it's not entirely necessary. There's not going to be any combat to speak of at the moment. But bringing ourselves back over to the map. Anyway, we can kind of look over it and see. Well, you can see your different allies, people that you've sort of brought in. You can see, you can look around and see wharf rats and up on the roofs, People in actual, city watch or town guard uniforms and armor on the ground, blocking, sitting at the various barricades to the avenues into the square. You can see sandbags and wooden barricades have been built. Windows that were broken out, or larger windows even, have been boarded up, and everything has slowly being made secure in case goblins make it into the square again. Each house is sort of becoming a bolt hole. There seems to, you've observed that there's a kind of, a gesture language spoken between guards on the ground and up on the roofs. And even though it is afternoon, and many of the people that you brought back, some of them that you brought back have gone to the infirmary to rest and have their wounds looked over. Others are in good enough shape and were either thankful enough or had been sort of cooped up long enough that they were happy to get right to work on something, even if it's hauling something, going to the kitchens and helping to cook. Sweet and savory smells start to waft out of the eatery. You all have heard a rumor of some sort of golden stew and sweetbreads that are going to be made and sort of brought around to different parts of the square. You might catch snippets of song from your dwarven bard as she warms up and practices bits of verse that she's been working on throughout the last few hours since you got back. She's been very, very focused on her work. Most recently, I think Millie and Lokag had gone to the eatery, to the dining hall, and Clifford and Helena had been down at the meadery with Baba Brune. And I know that X had spent a good amount of time up while getting the blacksmith's son together and sort of focused. Bard and Bell has moved off to light the forges, to kind of sweep out and restart, sort of reset the forge. And seems to be saying some prayers over it as he prepares to light new coals with the flame of Bridget. And he's collected a few people. There's two of the people, a gnome and a pretty beat up looking old dwarf, who have made their way over to the forge, and a couple of older humans that pretty beat up and scarred up too. They look like they're mostly street laborers, so some people have sort of gathered around the forge, where it looks like Baird and Bella is going to have some good help. But let's see here. Let's go ahead and highlight our tokens and roll initiative. Let me clear the initiative off, actually, from last time. And just for for RP and just our turn order, let's go ahead and roll initiative. All right, perfect. So, Clifford, as we mentioned, down at the meadery, the ale hall.
Yeah. With Helena.
With Helena and, your dwarven bard friend, Baradwin, getting some of your stories, probably finishing up, has made some of her notes already and has moved off to the inn to practice. You can kind of hear her song wafting out the window.
Cool. Well, I think Clifford's going to enjoy the time with Helena, who, came over there, and Baba Brune, and I think he's going to focus on feasting or what he can do in terms of taking things in, but he'll keep his head. He's not going to go too crazy. And he's just going to survey the area. I think Clifford's going to play it real cool and, just sit quietly and, maybe low-key brood, but, not very obviously.
Okay.
He's going to assess and perceive and get a vibe for this place and anything interesting. Either, certain people in need, just the general lookout. Mall cop. He's the mall cop right now.
Yeah. We can go ahead and make an insight check then.
All right, try that.
As Helena's she's tipsy, and you can kind of sense, 12. Okay. Well, there's a obvious tension among most of the square, and you could you've watched it sort of lessen in the hours that you all have been back. And you saw that the last time too. This time it's multiplied, likely by the influx of prisoners, people that have been freed and brought back to a safe place, brought back to their loved ones, and that sort of thing. So, around now, the last two people that are in here drinking, helping Baba Bruin work, air quotes, have shuffled off to help with other preparations for the evening. And soon, it's you and Helena. Sort of things get quiet for a moment. Silence sort of stretches for an awkward few seconds. And Helena says, "Well, this is pretty good." She kind of swishes one of the small bottles of ale or mead and sips at it.
Yeah. Excellent. Being alive is nice too.
I think maybe that's what I meant. She snaps.
He laughs, yeah. I'm glad you're alive, Helena.
She kind of looks up, almost snaps a look up to you, looks at you for a long moment. Her gaze softens a little bit. She kind of almost like, not searches your face, but her eyes kind of dart around. She just nods curtly. I'm glad you're not dead, too. She kind of awkwardly reaches up her bottle to maybe toast yours.
Yeah, he'll toast. Just say to all the rats. Take pride in being a rat.
It's our city now, she says.
Cheers.
She clinks your glass. Yeah, your bottle again.
Yeah. We'll survey our domain. And we'll look to Baba Bruin too, just to, what do you need? What can we do for you, Baba?
He's kind of easing himself down onto one of the barrels at the moment, having just lifted a bunch of empty kegs and sorted some stuff out and brought the first batch that has been finished and he's ready to open since everything has started. And he's kind of rolled that into place for the next... But you can kind of see stuff is dwindling a little bit as mead and some of the harder brews and even some of the beers have been taken to use for cooking, but the apothecaries are taking a good amount too. And all the spirits, anything strong enough, is being used at the infirmary.
Yeah, of course. Well, at this point, I think he'd maybe, if Helena can join him, but wander around in the square and kind of do a bit of a patrol and, just enjoy the peace of the square.
What is it that the nobles say? Be seen, see and be seen?
Well, no one's gonna hire me if they don't know what I look like. They don't know who I am. So I got to get out there once in a while.
Huh. I'll hire you. I'll pay you double what you're making now.
Well, this has been a pretty lucrative friendship, I gotta say. The lot of you. The big guy. I love the big guy.
Oh, I only said that because I'm not paying you anything right now. I'm not actually going to pay you anything.
You don't need to.
She seems kind of embarrassed, or or scrambles to correct, I think is a better term. Not embarrassed.
Well, I'll tell you that I support you, and you're gonna be working for the town, and I am drunk now. I'm sorry. You don't need to pay me. Pro bono is what they call it. Eternal pro bono. Yeah.
Well,
For you.
I think after all of this, the city can pay us. They already want to give us a feast.
Well, yeah. Let's get out there. I'm gonna wander out into the street, ready to party.
Okay. She kind of, moves to follow you. Just before she steps out the door, though, she kind of smooths some of her gnarled and ratted hair down a little bit, and kind of licks her hand, licks her palm and sort of rubs on the back of her hands and rubs the back of her hands on her pants and okay. And then she sees you looking at her and she kind of messes her hair up again a little bit, gives you an accusatory look and slips and pushes past you.
he's polite. He'll hold the door, and then yeah, we'll wander out.
She stops and looks at your hand suspiciously as you're holding the door open. She's like, "What are you doing?"
Just being polite, milady. And he kind of does it kind of ironically, like jokingly, like we're proper folk going out on the town to be seen, like we're fancy people, you know.
That look of suspicion sort of fades. She gives you a flat look for a moment, and she kind of quirks a little smile and gives you like the most sarcastic, like throws her arm out, bows forward, and then just kind of stomps, clops her way along the tiles of the square with you.
Dog barks in the background. Yeah, you come over here, fella.
Sorry. So last thing, as you come out, there's, the sky is starting to get a little bit darker. Most, you could start to hear the sounds of goblin troops and soldiers and maybe the echoes of combat from somewhere, but it's not anywhere near the square. People are sort of starting to come out and sit out in front of the shop fronts. Stools and benches are brought out from the dining hall and set out just in, brought to different places. They're not like laid out all like for everyone to have dinner together. It looks like more of a festival air that's going to be cultivated. And as you come out looking north, you see that Tar and Win, the two very troublesome gnomes, are speaking with a halfling you've not met before, and that halfling named Uten that you all aren't certain about. He came from somewhere. He kind of scrambled around during the last the fight with the goblins in the square. He seemed to not do too much, but he almost died and did not. But so it's one fellow y'all aren't quite certain about, versus with another halfling that you don't know at all. That's you've just now seen him coming into the square this time. This is the first time you've seen him. But all of them are together. So an unknown, a person you're not certain about, and then these two troublesome gnomes are like all kind of hanging out in front of the Mildred's Arms and Armor. All in a little kind of cluster, not like huddling, whispering, obviously conspiring, but they're all kind of sitting close. They're talking. They seem to be, 4 peas in a pod.
Nice. Well, I'll mosey that kind of direction. Maybe try to take in what they're saying. If they speak Gnomish, if they're saying things in Gnomish, I would understand it perhaps. He'll chum up to the gnomes. I mean, he's buds with them. He likes them. They're like on his wavelength in a lot of ways. So at some point, maybe we'll cut here, but he'd like to chum up with them for sure.
Okay. Yeah. We can go ahead and make a perception check as you and Helena move that way. You start to be able to hear what they're saying, and let's see what we can make out from it.
I get lucky. 19. Not bad.
19. So, you're not necessarily hurrying up. So they're talking for a minute as you all are meandering up. You're probably maybe saying hi to different other townsfolk. Master Dalen or the dwarven merchant woman, Gala. Sort of talking with them for a moment. And it sounds like these 4 are talking about different people in the square. It sounds like, it sounds like curious conversation, asking maybe who's who. And it's, it seems Win or at least Win doing the talking. Just sort of asking questions to Uten, who seems to have been here for a little while. But you also notice they're speaking with their body language. Here and there, they'll throw in fast bursts of slang compacted together, and speaking with their hands, drawing glyphs invisibly on the stone, on the flagstones with their foot. They're speaking thieves' cant to each other.
I never could understand that stuff. Just weird. Just talk. Why are y'all talking like that? Yeah, I imagine Clifford doesn't know Peach can't. So.
Yeah, but you know it when you see it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, that's nerd stuff.
Awesome.
So he's like, he's not into it. He does, yeah. So he wouldn't know about it probably. But yeah, he knows they're doing shady stuff. He's like, oh yeah, they're pulling those same old tricks again. So yeah, he'll be more sociable than anything else. He's keeping it pretty down low though. He's he's just sort of hanging out, being part of the scenery.
Totally. Well, let's step over to Lokag and Millie, if that's all right.
Yeah.
All right. So Lokag, you all have gotten, they fed you early as much as you want, but they're not giving you all that you want because they still want you to be hungry and eat with other people and because they don't have it's not a lot to offer other than they're not going to feed you 4 meals in one day. And so they're kind of basically trying to coax you into stretching out your eating so that, you can hang out and eat with some other people, as the dining hall at the moment is empty as a lot of people are busy elsewhere. There's a few people cooking. So what's Lokag doing?
Well, seeing as I'm not able to get everything I want to eat, the first thing I want to do is use my bonus action to rage. No. So I think what Lokag is, he might lean into Millie and ask, have you seen those guards around here? Do you think they made it back to the square? I don't think I saw any of their faces. The ones from the near the wall.
Yes, I think they're back, I believe.
Good. Perhaps I will go have a word with them. And Lokag, just as he's about to leave, he wants to look down, maybe at one of those pans of sweet rolls, and he's gonna snatch one and run like a child out of the dining hall.
Oh, yeah. Weirmy, the mistress of the Mistfeld, shouts you, swats at your hand way too late, makes a show of like kind of pulling her skirts up to run, and makes a big play of shouting after you. Now, you big thieving giant! I'll swat your hand next time you're in.
Just running out, it's like it's a giggle, but it's really low, spacey giggle, so it's odd.
Nice.
And he's gonna make his way around the square. Now with the sweet roll that he grabbed, is this like a beefy sweet roll? Is it a big piece of bread in his hand, or is it like a little roll?
Yeah, no, for you, it's not that big. For most people, it'd be like almost a double handful,
Okay.
A massive,
It's a good chunk of bread.
Yeah, good chunk of bread. And it's, there's not a lot like wet honey on it. Everything is baked into it instead of it being like a gooey sweet roll. It's just a very sweet and buttery, and full of, it has like, spices and stuff in it. But it's all
nice.
Baked together. It's like real crusty on the outside and super soft inside.
Are there kids in the square?
Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a few of them playing around there's 2 of them playing around the fountain at the moment, and a couple of other. It seems like they're getting some lessons at the bookseller and scrivener shop.
I think Lokag is gonna walk up the kids playing around the fountain, and he's gonna start tearing pieces of the sweet roll off, and start handing it out.
Okay. So a young girl named Jazrin, who's all of about 6 years old, if you had to guess, and that's pushing it, she's very smitten with the sword fighters. She doesn't care about crossbows and that, but she's got a stick, and she's sort of running around swiping it and killing goblins around the fountain. There's another little girl named Tiwei who's sitting up on the rock beneath the dragon, who's trying to read and keeps kind of saying irritated things toward young Jazrin.
Yeah, Lokag will hand out some bread and say get a taste of what you'll have later for the party tonight. And he'll palm the little girl on the ground, her back, and put her up on the rock with her friend so that they're both like eye level with him now, and just be like, enjoy, and kind of like he's just strutting around the square, looking at things. He knows that it's tough, so he wants to look really confident and just be like, this is good times.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, he really believes. I mean, he's like, this is the test of a lifetime for him. He's gonna win his honorable death here, seeking glory. But and he'll go down to the bookshop and tear up the sweet roll a little bit more and try and divvy it out to the kids studying there. And he'll pop the last piece though for himself.
Yeah, for a job well done.
Yeah, the dad tax.
Yeah.
And so after that, I mean, he'll wander. Hopefully, he's spotted maybe one or two of the guards on his round of the square.
Absolutely.
And just wants to go check in on them, see how they're doing.
Okay, so they've been kind of separated a little bit. There was town guards in the square, and the palace guards as well. A couple had come down. Several of them died, and their captain died. But there were a couple of them left. But of the ones that you rescued or that helped you in the fight against Life Choker and the others are, down here. You see Evram and Belrev, and then to the north. So yeah, they're spread out a little bit, but they're all here. So which ones do you approach again?
He'll approach the two to the north, and just ask him how the trek in was. Ask him, if they. You said they lost some people on the journey in to the square.
No. I was talking about the last invasion into the square. There were another group of palace guards that came in, and some of them died, including their captain. But the group that you all sent south, they all survived. They all came in to the square.
Oh, very nice. So yeah, he'll go and approach the two to the north, and just ask them how if they're liking it here better, or are they the ones? The two to the north, were they part of the group that we saved? I didn't write down any of their names.
Yeah, they did.
Okay. So he's going to see if they saw anything throughout the city while they were on their way here, because I think we've only traveled really by sewers.
Yeah, a little bit overland, but mostly, traveled by sewer.
See if they saw anything interesting between here and the stone, and how their journey was. See if they, if they made it out all right. Everyone okay?
Okay. So the old Kelshan, the dwarf, and the human that was among the guards, Yearman are their names. And as you sort of come up, approach and call out to them, they turn and they, our eyes sort of light up as they see you. And Kelshan says, "Oh, Cag. Saw you coming in. Been a bit busy. They put us to work right away. It's good to see you made it back as well."
Oh, yes. Yes, this town is in need, this square is in need of good guards, but we have made it back from the stone. It is quite messy in there. It's like being inside of like a person, almost. You're kind of in like intestinal tubes and things. You've ever seen guts spill out of stomach? You feel like I'm inside of those. Very claustrophobic. I am big and it is small.
Could see where that might be unsettling.
Oh, yes. But less squishy than guts, I think.
That's good, right? Be
Yes,
bad
for
footing
the
if it
most
were
part.
squishy.
Oh, yes. But there are openings. They open and close. So, But,
Glad we didn't have to go through that.
yes. I think coming to the square was the right choice for you all. I am glad to see that you are here, that you are working and helping keep these people safe.
Well, it's good to have a place to guard. That wasn't much to guard in that manner. Just our lives. It's good to have some purpose. And a hot meal. We thank you.
Absolutely. Say, listen, any good fighters here? Some people that by chance maybe want to set off and, I don't know, I hear word of the docks down south. They may contain several food supplies. This is something that the square needs. There will be many goblins there, though.
I could see where that'd be a smart thing to do. There's been some talk about it, I've heard.
Okay. Good. Well, you're in charge of getting on that now, so you go and do that. Probably talk to Millie or X or somebody about the details, but you will want to, you're going to want to organize something for that.
Well, yes, sir.
Okay, sounds good. And he's gonna pat him on the back real hard.
He's kind of almost, if he wasn't a dwarf, he would have stumbled forward. He's like, kind of sways. Reaches up and claps you on the shoulder.
Very nice. That was not my shoulder.
You're too tall.
But yeah, I think Lokag's just gonna kind of do basically that throughout his downtime. Make his way down to speak with his companions. He may want to ask X, Millie, Clifford, Helena about like who they think we should approach about this mysterious figure that got away, potential spy. He's not real sure who to approach about that. So he suggests Baba Brute, most trustworthy man I know.
Okay, yeah.
He never waters down his ale.
Well, it's likely.
Know
Go ahead.
the most people, so I think that's wise. Baba knows everyone pretty much in town and would know anyone who's been in the square.
And probably when people showed up, you'd have a probably good idea about that. All right.
We only heard the voice. We didn't actually see him. Right?
That's right. But you did hear his voice.
Yeah.
Someone with
Someone
a good insight check. Yeah.
Performance, how well you can imitate their voice.
I'd allow that too.
Maybe the bard. Did the bard hear it?
The bard did not. The bard did not hear. So yeah, Lokag will say, at some point you kind of meet back up with Helena and Clifford, because you all are out in the square together, and kind of start to talk about that. What about X? What is X doing for the next little while? Does he have thoughts about the feast or something else more important to him?
A couple things on the old agenda, I think. So, X remembers having this spell that he could cast that would just create food.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get desperate, you can just, feed the hungry. And, out of game, it's a third level spell to create food and water, right? But, so, I think X would try to see if there's some way that he could gather up, like, several novices, initiates, people who maybe want to study to be clerics, whatever, and see if we can somehow like ritually create food and water and get something out of it. Like I said, it's out of my range for spells.
Yeah.
I think he would try to just go for it anyway and see if he could teach people, and maybe if we string together 6 different wannabe newbie clerics, maybe we can draw enough power to summon 45 pounds of food, and then we can have a feast and we don't have to feel guilty about it, right? Because it's it's magical food, and it does it provides sustenance. It's not like
It's not it's not fairy food.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
What do they call it in Hook? Bangarang?
yeah, so I think X would want to try to use that if he knows that the feast is going to be depleting supplies, so that maybe we could do that without
That's a really cool idea.
cost of 10.
So yeah, let's see. You can go ahead and make a nature check, religion check. You can make that with advantage, and either insight or perception to sort of try to suss out, talking to people and get a sense of what their level of faith or belief is.
All right. So let us perceive something. 27 on the perception.
Okay, awesome.
And then religion, I'm actually not so good at, but 16.
Okay,
I'll
nice.
take
Excellent. You feel reasonably certain that if you collect enough people who, they don't even have to necessarily be well trained, it's more about their level of their belief, the strength of it, kind of. And you're pretty good at sussing that out. You also know that you have like sort of the relic of creation, the creative relic out of all of the powerful relics of the Tuatha Dea. And while it's most often used to craft items and to brew medicines and such like that, there are also in the histories and in the legends a few references to people being fed in a similar way. There was a very powerful cauldron used by some of the Tuatha Dé Danann that would feed all of their troops. And the legend is, it would always do that, but you suspected through your studies that it actually, this cauldron wasn't powerful itself. It was how, it was enchanted, but, a mortal enchantment. And it was Bridget's flame that was used to produce the food. All they needed, you think, was water. And there's not exactly a shortage of water.
All right. Well, we've got a huge fountain in the middle, so must be water coming from somewhere, right?
That's
So-
true. Mm-hmm. Well, the
yeah,
fountain
so
itself
let's
is magical, so it produces water every day.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be pretty cool. All right. So let's gather these folks together and see what we can get done.
Okay. So as you move around the square, you are kind of surprised by some. Well, some it's obvious. You speak to. She was, Kanara, one of the guards. There is an old fella who's he's been spending a lot of time at the booksellers, helping them teach some of the, teach lessons, but also kind of researching myths and legends and trying to find useful snippets. He kind of tells you bits of things that he's learned, but so far nothing's really panned out. But the owner of the Scrivener shop seems to be not pious, but to have a strong will for faith. One of the guards named Lerude. Clement, who is one of the wharf rats. Pell himself, the leader of the wharf rats. A young girl sitting on top of the fountain reading a book named Taiwei. And Baba Brune himself are the ones that you find are the most ready and sort of able, and you think have the ability, like they could learn to be, perhaps paladins or clerics, but they are not now. So let's see here. Okay. So yeah, is there anything in particular that X would say to them to kind of get them together, or do you have ideas about what the ritual itself might look like?
Well, I think the way the spell is set up, it says you actually conjure the food into nearby pots and pans.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it would look like, we would go somewhere and probably we need, I would try to make this a bit of a ritual and put the pans and pots and stuff in the middle and get everybody to gather around it, and then sort of share with them some prayers, and of course having a new goddess I don't know exactly what these prayers need to be for her, but I'll share with them like what used to work in the old days for me, and just sort of the profession and faith and the fact that you have to, communicate in a way where, your God feels and understands the need for the food. It's not just that you're asking for it because you can have it. You're asking for it because you really need it, and you need to have a belief in what you're doing and a faith that it will happen, and the bowls will start to fill. So that's, I think, what it would kind of look like. And
Awesome.
to recruit them, X would just be kind of like, I think maybe there's a way that we could help everyone. There's something I can teach you that you may be able to help everyone every day if we can make it work, to help provide food for people through faith.
All right. So it takes some time. It takes over an hour to begin working the ritual. But before you start it, and as you're sort of thinking through like the old tales and the religious stories that you realize that Millie, as a devotee of Bridget, who was a goddess of the hearth and harvest, in some stories, might be sort of more suited in that specialized fashion to the ritual, and might be able to really, really help with that. So would you, might you bring that up to Millie or anything?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Try to recruit her help, and she's got the a piece of Bridget's flame in her sword as well. So maybe that can help with the creation process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she definitely, if informed of the going-ons, she would definitely assist.
Okay. Excellent. In which case, do you all have a spell slot remaining? Do you have any magical power left aside from cantrips?
I don't even have cantrips.
That's right.
Yeah, same day, so my spell slots are gone.
Okay.
Cliff has one, but he's not there.
Okay. Okay. Well, you gather these folks that I mentioned. Sort of, maybe you do this at you go down to the dining hall and speak to Weir Me, and she makes some space in the kitchen and sets out all her pots and pans and cauldrons and baskets and bushels. And she takes part, though you don't feel that she's adding much power. She's the hearth keeper officially in the square, right? So she is adding a lot of meaning to it for the other people involved. And as X and Millie, as you all pray together, and sure, you are devoted to different gods, but you don't worship them exclusively. You believe in these other gods as well, and you have respect for them. Although the Matcha is often a fearsome goddess, and but in either case, whatever the story is about the Matcha, Millie, you've kind of come to understand a little bit of the focus that X has, and perhaps you're not fearful or superstitious about his goddess, as some people are. But in either case, as your prayers do indeed work together, and you watch the water in the soup pots begin to become cloudy, and start to swirl with different color. The smell of spices begins to flow up from it. You start to see chunks of vegetable and potato and meat and herbs cut up, sort of almost bubbling to the top. And it's an hour of intense sort of prayer and focus. You will have to kind of keep almost like your psyche or your body's like a conduit. You have to keep the posture and the valves and such open to let this energy flow in. And you can feel it flowing from the townsfolk as well. Thinner trickles compared to the torrents that relatively are rushing through the two of you. Even though to X, the torrents of power running through you and Millie are sort of small compared to what you've experienced in the past. as you at some point were first among mortals, at least for for your god. But over the next hour, the baskets, bushels, barrels, the pans and pots all fill with soups and stews and meats and breads, and some of the baskets themselves filling with like tarts and like sweet delicacies. as your energy focused and combined with that divine spark that is the fire, Bridget's flame, now burning on all the different within the fires of the stove itself and the ovens. And soon there is a feast. Weremy and some of the others who were involved but not praying with you are quick to move sort of pots out of the way and pull up other, as there's now, by the end of your ritual, there's like sort of an endless wave as the people within the dining hall kind of struggle to pull out more and more plates and just to sort of get it all. And there's a certainty that this food will last. Maybe not forever, but no worse than food that's natural. So some of this you'll have for a few days. Some of the more basic stuff like the breads and the soups without meat in them can last for several days. There are, crocks of cream and butter and honey and jams and fresh fruits. And the old woman, Weirmy, at first her eyes go wide as she watches this. Then she giggles like a schoolgirl a couple of times. Her eyes, just sort of wild with amazement at what's happening. She's never seen a magic quite like this. And soon the old woman cries, but they're happy tears of relief, as this woman, who obviously loves to feed people, is now able to truly make some bellies happy. And she thanks you both profusely. To the point where she kind of, she devolves almost into, like, she can't really kind of talk. She kind of has to stop and hug each of you and pat you several times and pat your hands and make you sit down and eat immediately. And then starts, kind of fussing over the two of you, which that seems to steady her somewhat, and she steadies her voice and her breathing. And soon she's back to her old sort of, spirits, but definitely liven some. And for all the people that took part, there's, just an air of reverence and some connection that those people kind of all have. You can all make insight checks. As at the end of that hour, food is being sort of put out on tables. Some of it's being brought outside to tables out front of the dining hall. You can hear outside that you hear the dwarf, the bard Baradwin, kind of going from group to group and telling them, to sort of go get whoever's still lollygagging or hiding inside. Shouting at people that work is done for the day, and reassuring some of the guards that food will be brought to them while they're on shift and such like that. So, Millie, we can backtrack a little bit, but maybe before you get roped up in this, or during this, or even just after this, is there anything that Millie might be doing aside from helping others?
Before X comes over and provides the great idea of doing this conjuration of food, she is mostly talking with Orami about just foods and trying to fest out recipes from her and get different practices and just watch how to cook. She usually didn't cook, besides over an open flame occasionally, when it wasn't in a spot guards weren't appreciative of. So she's just kind of watching, taking it all in, and trying to gain as much skill in cooking as she can in the time between this food conjuration, as well as just kind of generally listening to anyone in the dining hall, listening for anything that's people are perhaps struggling with, or anything like that.
Okay. So, well, when you offering to cook it each time you come in and help in the kitchen, Weirmy treats you like a long lost granddaughter. And then the more she kind of that you tell her that you and communicate with her that you want to learn how to cook, and based on also some of the questions you ask, show her that you're really deeply interested in learning how to do kind of what she does, or maybe better. This adds in a lot more spring in her step too. She becomes very animated during this time as you all are talking or cooking, and as this sort of leads into X kind of coming in and bringing these different people and telling what he's thought of and bringing you into it. So yeah, her sort of the cooking session class and her just being very excited to sort of share recipes and show like the sort of the gentleness that you have to take with like your ingredients in certain times and just browning the butter just right. And you see sort of all the love and energy that goes into it.
Yeah, she's going to try and make 5 bolstering treats, but only 2 of them come out successful.
Okay.
Since that is the most I can make in my current state of level.
Awesome. Yeah, she probably, samples those with you and helps you dial in some of your recipe and cooking and get it just right. And maybe it is browning the butter or letting the water sit for a little while in the bowl before you mix it into the dough. Or sifting or not sifting the flour, which can cause, all sorts of changes. So yeah, as this, her showing you sort of being, the lion on the hill, as it were, this is her place of power, and she's showing you some of her secret knowledges, It's like a wizard's taking you into their tower and is showing you around. And she's proud of the knowledge that she has and how good she is, and some of these recipes are very, very old. But as X and the others come in and you all start to do this ritual, she's sort of slowly, ceding space and control. And for that hour, it's you all's space. And knowing what you know of her, you can see just that as a huge sign of affection and trust that she has, at the very least for you, Millie, if not the rest of the heroes. But at a certain point, she makes you sit down and eat for a moment, and sits down with you. Finally, maybe you all talk her into sitting to eat too, and she kind of dwells back into talking about recipes or how to mix certain spices together. Cook this one for a little while before you throw this one in after, that sort of thing. And soon you all can hear Baradwin's voice. She shouts out, "Oyez, oyez! Folks of the square, heroes, champions, survivors, and strong folk, come out of doors, fill your bellies, and hear the tales of our heroes." Helena, still next to Clifford, groans and sort of tries to turn away from the bard, who's kind of set up out front of Barty Bells, of the brewery. At this, Weirmy all but picks you up and shoves the two of you out the door with a mischievous and knowing sort of smile. She knows that there's going to be reluctance or embarrassment or any of that stuff. Go on, then. Get your propers.
Yeah, I mean, Clifford's got no problem taking the props. He'll bask in the glory of all of this. He never gets much attention. He kind of likes it that way, but right now he's enjoying it. And he'll kind of prod in Helena and let him, let her know that like this is good for business. So
Okay, well, I don't have any practice in being fawned over, so you go first and I'll watch.
perfect. Yeah, that's all right. Hey, buddy, and then he'll just sort of roll on in there.
Think of all the rat hats you'll sell after today.
That is a good point. Hell, so that'll be the height of fashion after all of this.
I can wear it. I can wear one of them as a spokesmodel.
Well, the last fine work I was been able to do is worn by our big friend over there.
That's right. Got a whole fashion line. You gotta make one just right for me. Someone with a big head.
It seems I lost most of my pelts in that first attack, and... But in due time, I think all of my rat friends deserve one. People have to be able to pick us out in the crowd, after all.
I like it.
Good, she says, and makes her way with you, down, into the lion's mouth, reaching her hand into the lion's mouth, so to speak. That sort of look on her face, watching you take, just a few inches behind you, letting you just walk just ahead of her to get most of any views or looks or waves or people shouting
Fred
at
is a
you.
skilled wallflower too, so he can the two of them can kind of be like the old people in the back of the room watching the kids have their party. Like we can work our way through the crowds in a kind of almost the same way that she sneaks through the subterranean areas and is able to like work her way through the undercity. He works his way through these crowds with her, and I think he'll try to keep her like really like kind of ambiguous and a little bit like unseen when always having him to sort of and that'll be the exercise getting through the crowd. And, if she doesn't want to talk to anybody, I'll run intercept, that kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, she seems really reticent to like, engage when people are like, oh, Helena, you look lovely. Oh, here's our heroes. The most fearsome archer, this or that. And she doesn't so much lean back as she just stonewalls a little bit.
It's great. Yeah.
She'll nod here or there, but she doesn't really even thank anybody at first.
Very demure, really. Yeah, they call it demure. That's what the
Do
fancy
they?
people- Oh yeah, just don't say anything and look like you have an opinion about every single person in the room, and they'll think you're amazing.
Oh, so I look like a snob right now, not like I don't like them.
It's the snobs respect it.
Oh, I'm fine looking like a snob. I've never had a chance till recently.
Yeah, the snobs are gonna love you. I tell you.
Should I put my nose up further? She kind of acts to like jut her chin out toward people.
Perfect. If you could just have like a little bit of a sneer, just a slight sneer. Perfect.
Oh, easy,
Yes.
easy.
Excellent. Got it.
Resting
Puts
rat
his
face.
gut out like a pompous ass for a minute. Yeah. And he acts like a loopy merchant.
She leans over and whispers in your ear, "I am the rat princess."
I am the king of beers.
she laughs. Awesome. Let's see here. Bum. All right. So let's see. What about Lokak? As people near you, the conversation kind of falls as Baradwin gives her announcement, and they sort of look toward the south or gesture for you, Lokak, to head in that direction. What does Lokak do?
Oh, they don't have to gesture. Lokag heard her say that she was going to tell stories about us. He stopped. He was in a conversation with a random person and walked away mid-sentence to go sit like cross-legged right in front of her. And just like he's just looking up, just ready. So he wants to hear this story. And he wants to be close to give suggestions. Just in case she gets it wrong.
Bradwin, inclines her head as she speaks. She's got, what is it? A dulcimer that she's playing, not the hammered kind, but it's just like a kind of a board, a sound hole. There's many, many strings on it, and it's strapped on, and she's sort of playing it. She'll thump with her palm on the body of it for a cadence. And she's playing very, very slow, sort of arpeggio as people gather together. And she's sort of like teasing the crowd, like, come and gather and hear of the new champions of Arabelle. Come and hear the tales of our fearsome friends and our honest allies. Come and hear what you did not see. The works behind the scenes that have us living and thriving through these times of legend. Let's see. Check in one more. What about X? How does X respond to? You get some of the same treatment. Some of the people nearby you, or at least you're in the mist field, and Weirmy kind of ushers you and Millie out. So, how does X respond to this? Do you move that direction? Do you go hide somewhere? Or what else do you do?
Oh, X has a lot on the agenda.
Okay, awesome.
I think the next thing, one of the more important things, that now that we've got the food taken care of, if there's still time before we actually eat it, or is this after?
Oh no, this is like as she's gathering people, food is being sort of brought out. People are bringing baskets and bowls and cups out to people. So
I think if there's time for it now, when all this stuff went down, I got a brief conversation with Hester Ducalis. And she had handed me a pair of gloves, which I've been carrying around on me for 4 levels, and I have no idea still what they do.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I could go to the smithy and hang around that flame of Bridget and see if maybe I can get some insight into what these things actually are.
Okay. So you make your way to the forge. You speak with the new forge master, and yeah, he points the way in. There's a outside forge and there's an internal kind of smithy for different stuff. All of them have been lit with Bridget's flame, and he's got a few lanterns around it. He's also kindled Bridget's flame. So the whole place has a beautiful sort of spectral white light about the place. It's peaceful but clear. And as you sit down with the gloves at the edge of the hearth, you think about the hero that handed them to you and what they may have wanted. You could see a certain sheen on the gloves that wasn't there before, as if the light is almost adhering to the surface of it. And as you look, you do see small, tiny little motes of pale light drifting from the nearest lantern and from the hearth, sort of toward the gloves. So bit by bit. Since you can feel power sort of trickling into them. But as you sit with that, there's nothing else happens other than that feeling, that knowledge, that power is trickling into them. But it could take days of it sort of trickling in for that. But you can feel it sort of soaking into the fibers of the leather. And you can see it sort of changing. The luster of the gloves themselves. It's doing something, but it's very slow.
All right, so I could just leave him here with the smith?
You could, yeah.
Okay. And while I'm here talking to him,
Mm-hmm.
I guess the last thing that I would want from him at some point. When we were exploring, we found a rod that was broken. Some kind of a magical rod. You said it may even be the rod of Ogma.
Mm-hmm.
But it's currently like kaput's broken. Something is wrong with it. Does he have any idea how to fix it? Is that something he could do, or does that need to go to some kind of magic user? Or
He's willing to look at it. Rods are
Ogma's staff. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Not a rod. It was Ogma's staff.
after having looked at it, you don't think it is the same staff. you think it's some sort of replica. Likely that would do something similar, but not as powerful. As he looks over, he says, I don't think I can do anything with this. It's not built to break bones or keep your bones safe. So I'm not sure what to do with it. But, of course, you're welcome to use the smithy and do what you can with it. He notices you kind of, but, he pauses for a second, and he seems to notice the small motes of light drifting onto your gloves. He kind of cocks his head and looks at it. I'd be tempted to say you should throw those in the hearth. But I suppose there's a chance they'd get burned up. I don't know. A flame of Bridget is new to me. I'm doing experiments. I've burned a bit of metal here and there. My fault, not the flames.
Okay. At his advice, I'll chuck him in there.
He arches his eyebrow, and as you toss him in, he's like, I didn't mean right now. And as they kind of drop down into the coals, a small tuft of ash comes up. But the flames don't consume them. Smoke does not begin to rise from them. But instead, those small motes of light that were slowly accruing start to flow across the surface of them. The darkened sort of red, the darkened leather brightens to a bright, shining crimson leather. With this look of uncertainty, he thrusts a pair of tongs into your hands for you to pull the gloves out of the fire.
All right. I will tong them out.
All right. No smoke rises from them. You put your hand near them, and they don't seem even warm. Well, they seem warm. They don't seem to be hot. As you get them out and lay them on the side, they seem to be completely intact. There's no scorch marks. The leather looks new, as if it's been well oiled. That looks different to me. Just slip them on and see what happens. The first gamble seemed to pay off well enough. He does take a half a step back, though.
All right. I'll slap them on. See what happens.
They fit perfectly. There's no slip. There's no nothing sort of bulges in the joints. The stitch, everything lays as if they were tailored for your hands. As you kind of rub the fingers across each other, there's you can feel it's got a sure grip. There's no, you get the sense that these will help you maintain a grip on things, that it'll help you with grappling or climbing, giving you a +2 to grapple checks or climb checks. And a +2 to sleight of hand for pickpocketing or picking locks. And you get the sense that there's like a void inside them, or like you have a second, almost you put them on, it's almost like a second hand that you have, that you can feel could open or close. You don't see an extra hand. It's a ghost hand, but you can feel that you can grab, you have to experiment with it, but it does something else. For now, you're certain of that +2 to those checks.
Cool. Very cool.
You said you had something else on the agenda?
Yeah, that's enough for now.
Okay. All right. Well, the smith asks you, he kind of, gives you a quizzical look. He doesn't say anything out loud, but he's certainly asking, all right, what happened? What's different? What'd you do? Are you okay, friend?
Yep. Good to go.
All right. Be mysterious then.
So I'll tell him a little bit that the gloves make me feel like be a little bit more nimble and maybe fail a few less checks to climb ropes and things. Need a little less help from my barbarian friend Lokag. Maybe.
Maybe. That seems useful enough. Neat trick. Well, hope they'll come in handy. Well, how about Millie? As you kind of get shuffled out of the mist field.
Yeah, I think as Millie gets kind of told to go out, she's not particularly enthusiastic about getting in front of the crowd. But we'll just kind of join in and try to fade into probably a lot closer to the wharf rats.
Okay.
And she's just going to kind of converse with them about the going-ons. Has anything happened that we should be aware of while we were away?
Pell says, no combat or anything like that. A lot of work. Things have been pretty quiet. I take it that's have you to thank for that. Or we'll at least all pretend for the night. Don't think we're gonna let you get out of it that easy. Our hero
Very
friend.
least dumb luck. I do think we made some interesting choices within that stone.
Going in the first place was an interesting choice. Glad you came back out, though.
Both times in have been interesting choices, and I kind of prefer the tunnels versus the sewer. Although there was that strange... I think we spotted that fabled woman.
Which one? Got a few.
The hag down there.
Oh, Aga. You think the stories of the old hag are true then?
Yeah, I'm only heard bits and pieces of it, but there was a hut down there under the stone.
Huh. I wonder if the apothecary can grow hag's foil. These stories say, anyway, hags can't lie to anyone who's got a pinch of it in their pocket. He shrugs. Legends say a lot, though.
What do you all have been in more interesting portions of the town than I, more often. What have you heard of this Agma?
Oh, Aga. That's the hag. I haven't heard anything about her. We've done some...
The story is told.
Haven't heard much about her, like I said, but we have been doing some patrols around nearby the square, looking for other survivors and food and such, like you all recommended. Seen some people skulking about, but they're not goblins. Probably not hobgoblins. They seem to wear armor, heavy armor, as you all described. But some folks been shadowing about the square, within a few blocks around. It's got me and some of the other wharf rats nervous, keeping our eyes peeled pretty good at night. Let's see here. I can tell that whatever series of battles is happening down at the docks is, it's growing in intensity, I think you'd say. We've started to see some big fires happening down there, and it looks like there at least were a solid amount of troops. From what we can gather, it seems like some defenders are held up in a building, one of the warehouses, trying to keep it from being burned down around them. We spotted, it seemed, things we spotted from above, and climbing up to some towers nearby, maybe making sorties out to fight some of the goblins. And we think it's hobgoblins that they're fighting down there at the docks. Based on what you described, they wear chainmail and shields, have heavy gear, and they're bigger.
Are there any ships down that at the docks? Do you see?
Yeah, looks like a few people are held up on one of the ships as well. Others have been burned, whether by one side or the other.
Interesting. We should... Well, perhaps after feast, we should discuss helping those people out, getting them, at the very least, if we can all help each other. The more fighters and eyes and helpers we have here, the higher the chance of surviving, I'd say.
Can't argue with that. We've starting to get a fair number. We might could field some people to go and help you do that if you're thinking about
I was
going
thinking
off.
of just sending Tar. That guy, that gnome is a master of the crossbow.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
I see that you met Tar and Win. Troublesome
Oh
Win.
yeah, we go way back. Yep.
Ah, that's no surprise. I've met him a few times, know him mostly through reputation. Trouble in times of peace. Seems to good friends in times of trouble, though.
Yeah, they helped us free the people, so.
Win has
They
certainly
seem-
not let anyone forget that. I think she's made some complaints that she's not in the songs today.
And I'm sure she's asked everyone for gold as a contribution by now.
It's been mentioned, I think, that she's low on some supplies, and that they used a lot to bring some folk back. Fortunately, no one really has any coin to speak of. I think most of that has ended up with Mildred.
Pretty sure she still has X's or Locag's healing potion in her pocket, but that's how it goes.
Well, we don't have to see eye to eye on everything. We're still all in it together, aren't we?
That we are. It'd be best, though, to get them some sort of task soon that they can occupy themselves with.
Yeah, it seems that they've sort of linked up with those two unsavory halflings, Uten and the other one's name is Palin. I don't quite like the look of either of them. Not that I don't have
know
anything against
either of them?
halflings, mind. He shakes his head.
Do I know either of them from my time on the streets?
Let's see here. Uten, you do not know. Palin, you do. Let's see here. What you know about Palin. You've never seen him in with any trouble. You've never seen, he's not a thief as far as you know. Or at least a thief. But he definitely speaks thieves' cant. And he's got connections with the community, which is a thieves' guild. Uten you haven't met before, but the way Tar and Win are talking, you can see thieves' cant flashing. All four of them know thieves' cant and are carrying on conversations. Maybe you've watched a little bit. None of it's really delved over into them plotting to steal from anybody, but they're certainly sharing information on people in the square, and it's just the
Yeah, we gotta
preamble.
get those four something to do before pockets start getting picked of air.
Or worse, you'll get bored and desperate. They get stupid, I think. Know that from my time on a ship.
I have a feeling sailors are not much different than, the guilds.
Especially some types of sailors. Well, you mentioned the docks, and sort of, maybe sending some folks down there to get some stuff. Maybe they'd make a good scouting team. Pete Pels kind of shrugs. Just a suggestion.
If they're willing. I'm going to have to convince them that there's something down there worth them scouting for.
Why, it's the storehouses and the warehouses around the docks. You should be able to cook up a story to entice them pretty easily.
I fear for those warehouses.
Well, some of them are on fire, and once you get down there, there's going to be defenders and such, and none of those people are going to let the food be stolen. So, they might be pretty good at what they do, but they'll have a lot of eyes on them. It would get them out of the peace and comfort of the square for a little while, which would probably keep them focused.
Let's pitch the idea to them after this, whatever it is.
Oh, they don't listen to me. I'll let you take care of that.
All right, very well.
So, Baradwin certainly waits until all of the heroes that she's sort of looking for arrive. So, Millie and X being sort of the last two to come in. She nods, gives a bow to each of you. And now we can begin. Our tale of adventure, our tales of sacrifice, of bravery, of cunning, of skill, and of love for their city. There's, some hears and some cheers and toasts, and people sort of quiet down as she strums again and begins to speak of the fateful day when the stone fell, when it crushed hope and dream, when it severed kin from kin and broke what seemed to be the strength of Arabelle. Their leadership, their captaincy are, your masters of craft, whether it's magic or healing or holiness, and how that day, when, as the dust and smoke rolled over the city, as the calls of the goblin hordes shrieked in the townsfolk's ears, a new strength was found. The strength of 5 individuals, some, who did not owe us anything, who owed us nothing, and had their instincts to follow. They drove twice. She describes how twice you all drove the goblins out of the square and made them safe, and how twice you've delved into the stone to, to smite your enemies and to rescue villagers and townsfolks. She begins to start into sort of verses of each one of you. She speaks on Lokag's his strength and his good humor, and always keeping his allies up and ready and animated, and how he'll crash through any door, whether it's steel, stone, or iron, to free the people of Arabelle. They talk about the golden urchin, and how she was raised by the city to defend the city, and that now even the gods have seen this and have bestowed upon her a mark so that she may be known as the hero, golden skin and golden eyes, a flaming blade. They talk of X, and you can tell that some of the people in the town knew some stuff about you, but carefully left things out, and Baradwin might be suspicious of who X you truly are, as they talk about one who has lost it all, but still fought for those around them. One who fought through a dark night of the soul, a quiet and stillness that few will ever know, who found light again and brought that light to the people of Arabelle. They talk about Clifford, who has wandered far and wide, who's seen many folks and fought and danced and drank with them all. About all the knowledge and experience he has won through success and failure, and how without this, the heroes, the new heroes, and the townsfolk of the square would have been lost. Let's see here. As they speak, she begins to sing about Helena, Helena gets very uncomfortable and kind of starts to shift, and sort of starts to kind of turn away. But you're all kind of there around her, and you have your different reactions. And Clifford, you primarily said that you're kind of there to like keep her steady, and people around just sort of anytime she kind of looks to any of the townsfolk, they just sort of nod and gesture back toward the bard for her to listen and pay attention. And they kind of do this to all of you. Anytime any of you are like a little bit embarrassed or like anything, although clearly Clifford and Lokag are not at all embarrassed about this, or at least much less so than anybody else. All of the townsfolk, though, do the same thing. If you look at them, sort of turn to them while your verse is up, they just sort of nod and gesture for you to, like, don't look at me, look at her. She's the one talking about you. And, there's at certain points in your verse, people come over and they kind of touch you on the shoulder, or they just reach over and they clink your glass or your cup. Somebody takes your empty plate and hands you another one. And you are celebrated. You are feasted. There's a bit of mead that's brought out, but not enough to get the square drunk, or even tipsy, but just enough to toast you and to celebrate. After a certain point, water is poured into those cups, because though you are celebrating and there have been many victories, the city is still at war, under siege, and nobody wants to be caught off guard for a third wave of goblins attacking the square. But as you're sort of either forced or happily sitting and listening to your tales of you, who you are, regaled back to you, blown up and out of proportion, and all of the things that made it so hard for you, mostly all the details sort of brushed under. How terrified you were in this moment, how uncertain you were, what a risk this was, what an absolute gamble this was. You had no idea if it was going to work. All the decisions that were interesting, Millie, that you said that you made. None of the stuff, but she doesn't paint you out to be certain figures either, of having knowledge beyond what humans have. She paints you as townsfolk, as people, sort of normal people who managed to do this, or who wanted to do this. And so as, you all are celebrated and toasted many times, at first with mead and then with water, as Bradwin's song begins to sort of play out over you, I think this is a good spot to take a short break and come back to it in just a few. How's that sound, everybody?
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Thank you.
All right. Well, gang, we'll be back in just a few, and thanks for being here.
to stand up for the meek, never one to start a fight, now called to breach its light. When that storm dropped on Arabelle, they had me headed for a cell. Bridget made her first demand to break my chains and make a stand. I'm champion of Bridget's might. I carry her flame shining bright. Justice by day, peace by night. I vow to make this right. Once an urchin, now I glow with the strength that will not fade. I don't know why she chose me, but I'm glad to be her blade. I won't forget my former life, filled with hunger, pain, and strife. For those abandoned and alone, I'll be your hearth and home. I'm champion of Bridget's might. I carry her flame shining bright. Justice by day, peace by night. I vow to make this right. X once ruled in Culane's hall. His light was brightest of them all. Fate's cruel knife in sudden strife severed his faith, ruined his life. Long he wandered, heart turned stone, in endless dark, his soul alone. Hollow days turned endless night, no way back to the light. He fell against the gale, abandoned, lost and pale. In blackness, terror stride. All he did was hide. He dwelled in black and void. His life's work was destroyed with the final mournful wail. He crossed the shadow belt, hold veil.
There's more for you to do, she said, and he was turned away. The frightful journey racked him, his skin turned ashen gray. She gave him ancient lore, miracle of widden root. He bound his soul with arcane tattoo.
I mastered the ring, no big thing. My weapon I swing. The pain that I bring makes the bard sing. They called me the king, but you don't have to call me that. It was the name the fans had for me, you know? I am Lokag. I'm about to throw some hands. You'll find Lokag with all of his adoring fans. You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer. I don't tell any lies. I'm massive in size. I feel really wise when my hammer flies. The naughty goblin dies. I'm removing their spies. The pretty lady cries, but I can't compromise, because I'm really cool and I like the noises that happen when I smash things, you know? I can dance a jig, I can laugh real big, I can snap you like twig, put you in the brig. I don't wear a wig, I eat like a pig, I'll pass on the fig. I'm really not a fan of those date-type fruits, you know? I am Lokag, I'm about to throw some hands. You'll find Lokag with all of his adoring fans. You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer. When I rage, swing my glaive like I'm at a rave, making heads cave with a hammer wave. The people I save say high praise. Take another page. Have your mother, your brother, your sister, another. Write down what you want on your grave. Sorry about the yelling, I kinda get carried away with the emotions, you know? Dance to the beat of a goblin retreat, sound of defeat. Lokag ain't meat. Now it's time for a beer. Raise up a cheer. We're all back here. There's nothing to fear. If there is something you fear, just let me know. I will run straight at it for fun, you know? I am Lokag. I'm about to throw some hands. You'll find Lokag with all of his adoring fans. You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer.
Or at least I didn't hear anything come up with the stream.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, things are just being... Well, Old is being a little bit wonky. All right, let's see here. That's better.
I got sound now.
Okay.
Sound's working.
Great. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we left off with our heroes being celebrated, and a verse for each one of you by Baradwin, ending off with a verse about Helena. And then the next and last verse is about an uncertain but hopeful future. It's about how the world changes, and it's about how destruction brings new growth, and about how tomorrow is always uncertain, but with the right companions but with the right companions, how they can weather the storm of uncertainty and the troubles that life throws at you. Concluding, essentially, that the square and its people were ready for whatever came next. That they had suffered many hardships together, that with their champions, they've come through them, and that they are all, though all have suffered loss, everyone is, in many ways, not always, but in many ways, stronger for it. So yeah, come back to it as you all are just sort of listening to this last verse. And the five of you are, either intentionally or unintentionally have found yourselves together as people in the crowd have kind of, shuffled and milled with kind of casual intention to get you all sort of together. So that as she's singing, she's sort of singing to the group of you, even though she's looking at each one of you as she sings your verse. And that's so the rest of the townsfolk can also kind of look at you, even though you're not up on, on stage with her, you're not facing the audience, and you can all sense that, where these people, they really, some of them want to not fawn over you, but there's a desire to like gush, like you're very appreciated, and a lot of hope is riding on you. And you can sense that, and you can also sense that people are trying not to burden you, by overpraising or heaping too much hope on you or expectation and that sort of thing. Everyone make insight checks. As you watch the crowd and listen to the song, occasionally listening out to what's going on around you in the square or beyond. Let's see here. Get back over here for some of these checks.
$14 for X.
All right.
5 for Lokag. Very insightful he is.
He is insightful. 22 for Millie.
All right. Looks like 15 for Clifford. Well, you all have done a lot to change the people's fortunes and the possibilities of their lives. But also the nature of the square itself. With each time you go and come back, each time the square survives, the people are different. They're not necessarily growing colder, but they are growing tougher. Even the bookkeeper and the apothecaries are becoming sort of tougher, stronger people. Though there is a lot of loss. And in part of celebrating you is to celebrate what they have. And Millie, you're most of all, you can sense this very clearly. That a lot of these people have lost a lot. There's a lot that they're afraid of. And it's not even so much that they're heaping hope on you, that they've lost a lot, and you're a very important thing that they have in their lives, basically. And you can sense that from people. You can sense a pressure being released off of everyone. And after the day's work, and especially the ritual that you did with X, you can sense those people have much more tightly bonded. And even those who are not so much social, like there were kids involved, interacting with people differently, and with each other differently. And you can see each of these people, if the situation continues to be right and safe, each of those people involved with the ritual could become some sort of like community leader, to give great service to the people. But there's a few that don't necessarily seem entirely happy, or that they have other thoughts on their mind. Some of you notice Uten, Tar, and Win, and Palin seeming distracted from the celebration and the praise of you all, and sort of continuing to focus on themselves and sharing information about the square, what they've been through, what they know, and edging closer to trying to hatch some sort of plan to do something, which will likely at best be a pain in the ass for you guys. At worst, could spell some sort of trouble. But it's Millie who notices, Palin has a very calculating and cold eyes. He seems to be assessing people, anyone that moves past him, for where he would most easily stick a knife into them. Something about him makes you sort of raises your hackles or whatever. It makes your hair want to stand on end. This seems to be a person who does not respect life. And you've heard of people who could take joy in torture and killing of animals or people. And if he's not one, he's you don't know. And you've met all sorts of people who are sort of different than most folk, who a lot of people are afraid of, but are just people who are different. This is not one of those. This person seems dangerous. Someone in chat threw the gif of Patrick Bateman from American Psycho, and that's probably a good one. It definitely seems like he's wearing a mask. And it's sort of, for you, Millie, it's sort of like a bunch of things kind of coming together. You've seen this look on him before. You've heard certain stories around things that he's been around, but he's never been connected with them. And you're starting to now suspect, like, some people that died, that he may have actually been connected with them.
I'll kind of point him out to our group. Say, we need to get them out of here, those four, before anything unwarranted happens.
Everyone make perception checks. As Millie brings this up, and some of you maybe casually look back and look at Uten and company. And nobody else notices so far, but Clifford and X. Yeah, excellent. Both of you notice that while those four are speaking thieves' cant with each other, it is Palin occasionally who will look up across the space, looking at the bard who is celebrating you in song and verse and communicating to her with thieves' cant. And she is, in the course of, sort of flourishes, bows, and her moving around the stage and sort of drumming up attention and energy, is speaking back to Palin in thieves' cant. It takes, several moments to realize this.
What are they saying? Because I am fluent. I know thieves' cant.
Okay, excellent.
So does X, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, cool. Give me just a moment, because you catch them talking, and then there's a chance that they're going to notice you. So let me make some checks. And you all can make deception checks. Cliff will what?
He'll move in with Millie, too, to just sort of... Yeah, I see what you see. Kind of give him a little look and try to get kind of closer to Millie.
Okay.
I'll try not to keep anything away and just keep it like, yeah, aren't we great? Yeah. But
Gotcha. Okay.
try to be near him if I can help.
Okay. You catch just a snippet. Something about ready. You assume it's like something ready. You caught just a gesture, and then you caught the bard saying ready. Not yet. And then you get spotted by Baraduin, watching her speak in thieves' cant over your heads. But she was in the middle of another gesture that you got most of with that insight check. And so she said, what's being said is he says, Palin says, he's expressing impatience, when we're ready. And she says, not yet. And the only other word you catch is sleep, part of it, but you're almost certain that's what she's saying. And then she catches your eye and plays it off pretty well, but she definitely stops speaking in thieves' cant after that. And all of this tells you, with those high insight checks, that the plan involves you, and they're ready for a plan involving you, but it's going to wait until you're asleep.
Okay, how do you feel about grabbing a halfling?
Sounds like there is no challenge to it. Very small, easy to hold, firm. I have large hands, almost as big as his torso.
He is a assassin, I believe.
There is no honor in assassinations. Only straight fights. I do not approve of this profession.
That is he may just be a murderer as well, but I'm hopeful it's more than that.
Can I move
Seems like
closer
a
to
weird
the
thing to hope for.
Sorry.
That's cool. Go ahead.
Oh, it was just Cliff was going to try to work his way through the crowd and kind of, as best he can, get closer to the assassin.
Okay, let me move them, because they have moved. They're closer to you all than they were. But they're still all clustered up. So we'll bring everybody south. They're right out front of the Travel Outfitters. And you all are in some place right around the front of the tavern.
Yeah, so he would go up to Tar and Win, I think, and just chum up to them.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh, hey, Clifford, says Win. Getting some relaxation.
Well, then,
Got us back.
much afraid. Everyone seems to love us. And I gotta say, it ain't fair. We couldn't have done it without you, Tar. Win.
Oh. Well, that's true. And I appreciate you saying something.
Yeah.
Tar just sort of rolls up on the balls of his feet, sort of smiles at you and nods. Looks back to the bard singing. You don't sense any guile in either of them.
Yeah. Yeah, they seem all right.
Yeah.
I think I'll just use them as cover, social cover, to hang out with them, be nearby while other stuff goes on, and try to be at the ready, knowing something sketchy is going to happen.
Okay. Yeah. So kind of you step away, and Millie and Lokag and the rest of the group discusses maybe grabbing Palin. Well, what do you all want me to do? Says Helena. Just get ready.
Perhaps we just don't sleep. Seemed like they wanted to do something during our rest, so one of us should. We should probably rest in watches again, even here.
We need sleep. I don't want to keep watch. What if my rats keep watch? I can keep them around. They can wake us up. They might even run some interference. They really, well, I mean a lot to them, so they'll probably fight for us as well. And well, one
He
rat
might be sneakier than rats. Which is all saying a lot. He is
It is.
member of the community. Capital, the community.
Oh, yeah. Well, if they're whatever their rank was, if they were any good, yeah, they might be trouble. Uten, doesn't seem to have talked to many people. And I think Palin came in just this morning.
Let's see if we can just send them right back out. And I'll walk over to Win and Tar.
Okay. Clifford's over there with him, kind of, in conversation with him. Ah, the Golden Lady herself,
Cliff.
says Win.
Cliff, did you tell them about the job we have for them? I
Job?
suppose you two could join in as well, I say, motioning to the halflings.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know you wanted to include them. It's a big job. I don't know if these guys want to be involved in a big job with lots of money involved.
Are you trying to insult us after all we've been through already? Says Win.
It's clearly being sarcastic.
Yeah. Well, it sounds
You're
like
the first ones we thought of, in fact.
So,
Well, we know a guy.
yeah. Well, I mean, that Tar and that Tar and I can handle ourselves, and Uten's no slouch. Can't speak for Palin here. Looks a little soft and skinny, if you ask me.
Yeah, we
You
have friends.
can... Yeah, haven't seen you two around before.
I'm pretty new in town, says Uten. Only been here about 3 months. Been busy with work. He kind of looks at you for a flat moment. You could tell he's heard about you.
Insight check.
Yeah, go ahead, make an insight check.
Busy with work.
I've heard of you, though. Before you turned to gold. But yeah,
He
you
wasn't really doing anything besides getting occasionally arrested.
don't think Uten's lying about how long he's been in the city. Or him being busy. So, what was that again, Millie? Sorry about that.
I said I haven't done anything much besides getting arrested. Not sure what there is to hear.
Just that everybody seems to know you. Everyone seems to like you. Even most of the guard.
What's not to like?
Well, it's not like I'm out trying to harm them or hurt them. I say, keeping my eyes on Palin as I say it. No, they're not throwing me in any extreme cells, just, that holding thing that they put all us urchins in occasionally.
Yeah, still, says Uten, you gotta say, it's strange. Most people that are well-liked by most are hated by other people because they're well-liked. But I've not met a single person who's ever hated you or spoke badly of you. It's pretty damn rare.
Well, you probably haven't talked to that many in the high society.
Ha! Now that's true enough.
Not they even knew I existed.
Well, in my years, I discovered it don't really matter what people think of you. It don't matter because, right? And you could tell the world you're something else, but you'll know the truth.
So long as you don't have a boss, or you're not married, I suppose you don't have to care what anybody thinks about you. That's why I'm neither
Exactly.
married nor have a boss.
What do you do?
True
You self-employed, clearly.
Well, I wouldn't put it self-employed. I'm sort of a specialist. I'm procurer of rare and fine goods for discerning customers among the city who would ordinarily wish to have such transactions or seeking or possessing of said rare and precious objects to be unknown to people outside of their inner circle.
Yes.
It involves a wide set of skills, some sailing and the piloting of small crafts, even, leather work and all sorts of things. You just never know. In my previous line of work, the sort of thing you might have to do. I'm a man of many
Previous?
skills. Well, who knows? Everything has certainly changed. So we'll see what happens.
Sounds like you could be an asset to Win and Tar here. We were just discussing sending some people down to the docks and trying to rustle out some of the supplies that are held up in warehouses down there, giving it a bit of a scouting and bringing back both information and goods that they can. Obviously, take for yourselves.
As you're saying that, Uten is already kind of sliding a pleased and hopeful expression over toward Win, who kind of nods, kind of sticks her bottom lip out, and well, I have to say that doesn't sound like a terrible idea. Win says, "Terrible? That sounds like a fantastic idea. Get out, stretch our legs a bit, keep ourselves busy. Gotta keep Tar busy, otherwise he'll start fights, and we don't want that. You certainly don't want that." He kind of looks around, or she looks around to the two halflings. Palin, through all this, hasn't really said much. He's just listening, and kind of nodding occasionally. And you kind of get the sense that he's thinking really, really, really fast while trying to look really calm.
What of you, Palin? What work brings you here to Fair Square?
Well, work. The upper class. Well, what would I say? My family thinks differently about work than I think other people's families would. I hadn't yet come into the family business. The youngest son, after all, and was expected to make my own endeavors. Those had not quite. He's got a different kind of speech. Not quite solidified just what those endeavors are going to be. I have had some training in this or that, but not found my calling precisely. But though I have some idea of what purpose I might serve.
Your family from the city?
They are. I'm from the Gainsworth family. And you recognize them as fairly rich. They're not nobility level, but they're a very successful merchant family. They're tied to a family by the same name in there's a coastal city to the south.
Gainsworth, Whitesworth. You got a lot of worths in this city.
Is a worthy name, I suppose, says Palin. He just kind of gives you a flat look.
Well, if you're up for your business delvings, I've never worked a day, never had the opportunity, but you could assist our friends.
Again, that sense of racing thought. After a moment, Palin nods sharply. Yes, I wouldn't mind using some of my... I know the city rather well. And, of course, as all good families, I was trained in the rapier and the bow. So, yes, I would agree if my other friends here are willing. Though, of course, we wouldn't be leaving tonight during the celebration.
Oh, probably right after it.
Oh, really? Says Win. Tonight? I haven't had too much to drink exactly, but I've had some to drink.
Can you ever have too much to drink? Really?
If you want to fight and sneak around, Tar gets a little stumbly when he's had too much. I'm fine. I can hold my liquor, but it's Tar I'm worried about.
I can hold a rapier. He pulls out his rapier. And he starts sort of swinging around, trying to look cool.
The smaller folk all kind of step back a little bit, but a couple of them chuckle. Tar just kind of drops his flask and pulls out his short sword and jumps forward. Not fighting, but ready to kind of do some light, not even sparring, like not even touch swords, but just playful. Yeah, I'm gonna get you, you're gonna get me, kind of thing. Just rambunctious energy. Yeah. There's minimal blood loss.
Minimal, just enough to like etch your initials on their cheek.
Yeah, a little scar to remember the evening by.
Yeah,
of course. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure myself or X could alleviate the drunkenness if you need us to.
What would be the point of that?
So Win looks over to Tar, Tar. He kind of stops in roughhousing with Clifford and looks over. Tonight? Tar kind of shrugs and goes back to it. Okay, tonight's fine.
All right.
Euclid says, I was sort of hoping to be around for the festivities, but, well, that's what we need, so. And Palin, that clipped, sort of sharper voice. Yes, seems so. He kind of looks around to the others and they all nod. Meanwhile, X, you can see just the faintest glimpse on the bard's face, Bradwin, that she's somewhat perturbed that her communication has been cut off. And whatever process was happening in that communication has been stopped. She kind of flicks some well-disguised, but frustrated, irritated glances, or concerned also glances toward the cluster around Palin.
Right, well, I greatly appreciate it, and we're going to tell Brunner to get you all the finest beverage when you return.
Finest in the square, says Win, or the finest? She kind of gestures vaguely around.
In the square, unless you find finer, and then you're in the warehouse, then you pocket that.
I was going to say.
And then the finest in the square.
We expect to find something down there, don't we, new friends?
We're gonna need a wagon, right? We're gonna be carrying a lot of chests and crates. Is that what we're looking at?
I suspect they'll do an initial survey and
you gotta be ready.
Bring some samples back.
Assessments, yes, samplings. And then they'll come back and then inform Pell if we have had to go back into the stone or something. Inform Pell of what they found, and then we will send a full force to acquire all of the goods.
Okay, Wynn says, suddenly all business. So heading out here in a couple of hours, an hour or so. You're going to leave orders with Pell when we come back, so we'll check in with Pell.
Yep. That is what we will do.
So go see, bring back samples and information. Don't die. Rule number one.
A couple of hours. Don't die. Always.
Okay.
It's the rule of the streets.
She says, all right. She kind of looks over toward the other two, toward the halflings, and says, come on, let's get you all geared up then. And she totes them toward Mildred's, stopping for somewhere in the crowd to grab Mildred. Tries to talk him into coming over there, and he just sort of waves them away as if, he's entranced, and he could potentially lose his shirt if they steal a bunch of stuff or whatever. So perhaps maybe it might be best if somebody went with them to make sure they don't.
A of going with them as like with them as a distraction. So they're off on their mission, and then we follow them and maybe allow them to be the distraction.
Oh, okay. I meant more just for now, like as they go up to Mildred's shop, maybe someone keeping an eye on him so they don't just steal whatever else he has or go find his coin or, whatever heirlooms he has tucked away.
I'll stand around like a cop for a few minutes.
You need to follow them up.
Okay. So let's see here. Okay, so what about Lokag? What else might Lokag be doing during this time? Is there anything else he offers? Any decisions or thoughts? Questions?
No, nothing in particular. He's just being Lokag, being around talking to people. Well, you said they were gonna go up to Mildred's shop.
Mm-hmm.
That's the arms and armor, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Lokag will. You know what? Actually, Lokag would. He'd offer to go with them because he's got some business there, anyways.
Okay. Well, Mildred is actually down with the rest of you, listening to Baradwin, and turning some unreadable glances toward Helena during her verse, and sort of watching her as she talks to some of the townsfolk after. But the shop, it seems to be unlocked. You don't think he locks the door?
Yeah, Lokag will go up there with them and browse. He'll be making a show of like browsing the different weapons.
Okay. A lot of new stuff has been brought in. most of the stuff that's new is out on tables out front for people to just grab. Breastplates, chainmail shirts, leather armor, rapiers, longswords, bows, crossbows, and stuff like that. And then inside, his stuff is a bit finer than just the rank and file guards equipment, where it's finely crafted filigreed, inlaid with different metals, or has maybe gemstones, fine leathers, and that sort of thing. So his stuff is really, really nice quality and nice looking. But yeah, there are, like, you recognize a lot of stuff that's been sort of collected off of the Fallen, or even some of the more serviceable goblin weapons that you all recovered after the 2 incursions into the square are all laid out here. And inside, there's still a fine longsword. You'd gotten the glaive and the maul, but there's also there's still a lance and a greatsword inside. I don't have the note in front of me, but in the front window there had been a suit of half plate. I think maybe someone got the breastplate from it, if I'm not mistaken.
I grabbed the breastplate.
Okay. Cool. Well, so for you, and you don't require necessarily, if you're not looking for heavier armor, the rest of the pieces, arms, legs, gorget, and stuff like that could be added to somebody else's armor to supplement their gear. So it's still on its own is effectively still a breastplate. It would function mechanically as a breastplate if someone wore those legs and arms. Yeah, there are a couple of fine silver scimitars in the rack, sort of behind the counter. There's like a bunch of swords stuck into this post, almost like a kitchen knife block, So you kind of pulling out some of the blades. There's a fine longsword of sort of Damascus steel, and what looks like a sort of, very, very dark steel inlaid with thin lines of gold along the crossguard and pommel. There's 2 curved silver scimitars that one is made to suggest like the shape of a feather, and the other like it has the veins of like a leaf and the sort of tine of a leaf. So one looks like a feather and one looks like a leaf. They are silver and very fine quality. there's a rapier whose the blade has almost like something's been done to the metal to give it a pale sort of purple sheen to it, and the hilt itself is of white, is like covered over with white gold, plated with white gold. Is there anything in particular Lokag will be looking for in there?
No, he only wanted to go to keep an eye on the ruffians.
Okay. Excellent.
So he is gonna make it. I mean, he loves weapons, so he's definitely gonna be like trying them out, and but it's kind of offhandedly, just looking off to the side, keeping an eye on them.
Yeah, the silver scimitars are like daggers. They're like long-handled, long-bladed daggers for you when you hold them. Helena might. Maybe somebody would pick it up and offer it to her at some point.
Yeah. It's available.
She, as you all have kind of stepped away one by one, and she's sipped a little bit of mead, and there's been a verse sang about her, and people have come up and sort of patted her on the shoulder and thanked her or whatever. She seems to be enjoying it now. She's sort of talking to people and sort of really lording it up. If someone says that you all you deserve this to be celebrated, she's like, yes, we did. Or if told that you all are amazing and brave, she just agrees. Of course we are. Isn't it wonderful that you have us? You're all my ratlings now, she says, and I'll take care of you. I never let my ratlings be abused. And so yeah, X for you again. You keep noticing that Mildred looks over, is kind of stealing glances over and watching for, several moments before sort of pulling himself out of it. Mildred is watching Helena. But what is X doing during all this?
X is just keeping an eye out, trying to insight things. With regards to the potential plans for this evening, I still don't trust that these guys are actually going to leave like they said without coming back or trying to execute some sort of plot. I think X is suspicious of that. I have to sleep less than the other people, so with my little elf trance thing, I think X would just be making plans for the night and how he can keep a watchful eye and make sure that nothing happens.
Okay. Excellent. Well, you know all the ways up onto the different rooftops, where mostly the wharf rats kind of sit on overwatch, and they've made some narrow walkways of planking between some of the roofs. So there's a whole network of walkways, and they're starting to bring some bits of lumber up to make little wooden shielded places to sort of hide and look out. Simple fortifications up. Nothing that's really going to withstand any real damage, but to keep them hidden and screened while they look out over the night. Or the day. The four potentially troublesome figures, all now in and around Mildred, while Win and Tar sort of get the other two halflings equipped. You can see Palin keeps kind of looking back and trying to make eye contact and make some sort of contact, but it's dark. There's just sort of torchlight in the square, and you all have definitely foiled any communication between the bard and Palin. Win and Tar, you have no suspicions about them other than just generally they could just be trouble, but they're not, you're not worried about them. You know that when the work is being done, you saw that Win and Tar are professionals. They're working folk when it's time, so they're going to be pretty serious about this, and they're also pretty canny and sort of hard to surprise. They're not easily shaken. They're pretty sharp sensed. Unless maybe if say Uten and Palin, maybe if they're working together, they could both take out Win and Tar. But you think if it's just one person trying to slip out and get away. You think Win and Tar, if there's trouble, would probably be able to hold their own against Palin, at least from what you could suss out just physically by watching them and body language and stuff like that. So that's something in your favor. You know, if one of them is trouble, Tar and Win they're solid, and you all could tell that with those insight checks. Okay, so yeah, as the as Baradwin's song sort of winds down, and you know, she offers. Well, no, she wouldn't. She would have talked to you all about that. If any of you were willing to speak, she would have asked you earlier in the day, would you like to come up and say anything during the celebration? Then she would be, at this point, be asking any of you, whoever wanted to come up to speak. So do you think Clifford would want to say something during the celebration?
Yeah, he might, but he's not really eloquent. So, you know, he might get up there and say something dumb, but I don't think he's going to have much of a speech.
Well, she would have tried to coach you a little bit, and then, you know, and would have said, you know...
what would she tell me to say?
She probably wouldn't tell you anything specifically, but she would remind you that you are, you're a wise one. You're an older veteran. You've seen all these things. You've done all these things. You're going to be a sort of grandfatherly figure to people, or a fatherly figure, or, you know, that sort of dusty trail wisdom person,
Right.
and kind of coaxing you to like just stick with that. You know, don't let yourself get off all on a bunch of stuff, and, you know, don't get too emotional. Just be that figure that she thinks they see in you.
Those are my notes from the director.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he'll you know, he'd go up first, and, you know, he's obviously the whole time he's looking at, you know, the game. He's seeing what's going on. He'll want to make sure some signal gets to Helena to let her know there's some game going on here, and we don't like it. But he'll distract and try to just play the buffoon as best he can. He'll come on up and say, "Yeah, of course, you know, we all deserve these praises. The rest of you would be dead without us."
Of course they would be, says Helena.
And you know, it's you know, but it wasn't just us. You know, he says something in Gnomish, like a Gnomish praise, like, you know, collectively all of us together are giants, right? Like an expression like that to the in a little bit of Gnomish to our two friends, and then you know, and he'll roll into like a whole conversation, and then, you know, when I remember those rats. They were all crawling together, and then they got lost in the muck, and we didn't see them for like half a day. I don't know what the hell happened for that, and he just starts going off on this like tangent.
Yeah. Bradwin is sort of like, you know, looking around.
Yeah, and he's pretty unaware that he's talking too much, and someone will probably have to, like, you know, gently not push him off the stage before he stops talking about some old story that only Helena would be interested in.
Yeah, she kind of steps over in front of you. She has to kind of get up on her tiptoes to put her hand sort of near the front of your face or chest, and it's like, yes, our fountain of wisdom, you know, and then, you know, kind of like sidles into you and kind of gets you to step aside a little bit, and then Lokag, would you have said that you wanted to speak in front of everybody?
Could I, as they shove me away, is there a way for me to do a little sleight of hand and just feel for like something hidden, like maybe a weapon or anything? Just see what I can reveal as I'm getting touched. I'll be like, kind of give a hug, and it's just like, best, you know, you're bard, you're a great singer, and you were spot on about me, and then maybe try to get a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Just kind of pat him down a little, not take anything.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make that sleight of hand check. Let's see what we get. Yeah, easy enough, because she is somewhat distracted.
Oh, terrible roll.
Well, you do have your session inspiration, if you wanted to use that.
Yeah, I'll use it. I got, you know,
Okay.
It's almost the end of the day. Yeah, I'll do it with inspiration.
18. Okay.
Much better.
So the first thing, as she sort of bumps up against you and brushes up against you, underneath her, she's not wearing any armor or anything, but she feels as hard as rock. And I don't mean somebody who's worked out. I mean, it is weird. It is like somebody made of stone bumps up against you. So that's the first thing. and it's just, and you realize it's just her right side. It's just her left arm. I mean, that bumps up against you. As you get a chance to sort of maybe, feel her other bicep or put your hand on her other shoulder, it's not like that. She's extremely hot to the touch. Like, it seems like she should be in bed, sweating, and all her friends worried that she's going to die because the healer's not here. You touch her skin, and it's clammy. There's a certain smell that you pick up. You can make an insight or survival or nature check about insight, survival, or nature.
Yeah, I'll go with. I never get a
You can sense she's got. So she's got a. Nice. Okay, I'll get to that in a moment.
Just the right scent.
So she's wearing a doublet, which is like a vest kind of thing. It kind of ties on the sides. There's sleeves that lace onto it. And it kind of blouses out around the midsection before going back into the belt or whatever. And you can feel that there's a belt of some sort of hidden in that fold underneath her doublet. You feel two things that maybe feel like small vials on her belt. A small pouch, maybe this big. A longer, let's see here. That could be potions, that could be poisons. The pouch, there's a longer, kind of the edge of a longer pouch that could be thieves' tools. You definitely feel the hilt of a blade on her right side when you're kind of going to sort of, you're feeling around, quickly looking for pockets. But she's smooth enough and clever enough. You're not able to sort of reach into any pockets or anything at that moment.
I don't want to be untoward. I don't want to, me too and all that. But I do want to just get that. I think I got enough information right there to get a sense of what we're dealing with. So yeah, he'll just, it'll be a very casual kind of like, all right, yeah. He'll go and join Helena.
So one last tidbit of information before we step over to back to X. The smell, there's a scent underneath her perfume that is this sharp, like acrid, it's almost like hot salt. And the only other time you've smelled this particular smell is when you were in the bottom of the Tower of Ogma fighting those bizarre goblins.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's that moldy kind of awful smell.
They had that same stench, that same strange smell. It's like an alchemical smell. So stepping over to X. You like I said, you are, keeping an eye out, with people, on people, on different things that are going on. And so, as the, I'm sorry. I was checking in with Lokak. Lokak, were you a person that would have wanted to step up and speak in front of everybody or no?
Yeah, of course.
What do you think he would say?
Lokag would probably find almost out of nowhere. He's already tall. He's gonna find something to stand on. Maybe the steps, pull a box over.
Two barrels.
Onto the wagon.
1 foot on each barrel.
Yes, absolutely. And he would just say, you all have heard the songs of us. Know it to be true. These are dark times, but they are times for honor and glory. They are times for you to show that you are more than you thought to be. Look around you at your friends, your neighbors, people you've only barely known, but now know very well in the most intimate way, in the line of combat, and in the assistance of each other. You should be proud. We are proud. We will continue to assault the stone that has dropped upon your city and bring back your friends and family. We will survive this.
Excellent. There are cheers and howls, shouting, laughter, clapping, many hears and other shouts of affirmation. Let's see here. Glasses and bottles and, cups are raised and toasted to you. Some in the midst of eating, raising up their bowl of stew to toast, but they don't have a glass in their hand. People lean against each other, thump each other on the shoulder. People turn, look to those of the square who have taken on armor and weapons to like guard the square, and nod, nodding to each other and. Yeah, and the sort of the cheering and laughter and shouting and calls of affirmation continues on for several minutes, and a great noise is issuing up out of the square. Certainly the loudest thing in the quarter. But you can't imagine any group of goblins left in this region big enough or fierce enough or brave enough to come at you all in the square. So, Lokag, you probably wouldn't have any sense of worry about the noise that your people are making at the moment. What about Millie? Would she have wanted to speak, or would she have demurred?
I think Millie has slipped away.
Oh, okay. We lost Millie for the evening. Yeah, all right. So Joe, awesome. Well, not awesome. It seems that, Joe's not feeling well and had to step out for the session. So I will leave that to Millie for next session, as I'll leave it for Helena for the next session. And what about X? Would he want to get up and speak? Or what would he be doing
I think
instead?
X doesn't like to be in front of crowds right now. Maybe someday, but he's got really a rough voice, and probably when it's time for everybody to go home, maybe he'd sing a song and chase everybody back to their houses. That's about the extent of what X would want to do.
You definitely notice a few folks looking at you expectantly. Let's see here. One of the older, Evram, the older guard that you all rescued from the north, kind of looking at you, eyeing you. Baba Brune, Wirami, the older woman who owns the kitchens, and Mildred. Throughout the celebrations, you're getting those same glances of people of like, I know this person, who is that person? Or is that person who I think they are? There's an older man, Master Dalen, who owns the Travel Outfitters. And he's also one of those people, but at a certain point, you can see something click on his face, and he has definitely figured out who you are. And he's watching you with clear expectation to see you get up and speak. And so, like, when, he watches and waits for your name to be called by Baradwin, and when the sort of singing and stuff concludes, and the storytelling concludes, perhaps after Millie and Helena, we may step back to that next session, he seems perturbed that you didn't speak, and that kind of confirms that he knows who you are, and he was kind of expecting you to throw off your cowl and your disguise and show yourself to everybody. He seems perturbed, but like, the old noble respects you and isn't, he's not like angry at you. He's just sort of perturbed that what he expected didn't happen. As Baradwin steps down, she gives a flourish and a bow, and one final bit of praise for each one of you. She names you each by name, and some version of a nickname that she or the town square or both are sort of working on for you. Then bows and pretty quickly moves off the stage, shares a drink, finishes a drink to be perhaps polite and politic, and then steps into the old elven building, the inn, back to her rooms. Okay, so the gnome and halfling squad, finishes up their preparations. And people begin to sort of spread out. Some people going back home, going back to work. Some people, taking seats nearby. Some benches and a few tables being drawn over. And a good cluster of people seem to congregate right out front of the tavern. Some go back to their space and work. Some sleep. Others stay and wander around and kind of visit for the next few hours. Now through this X, you see the squad of gnomes and halflings slip away after checking in with Pell and with Millie and getting some sort of final information. Wirmi and Tar lead them off out into the night. And your hopeful suspicions are well satisfied as night fully falls and you can hear the warring, the looting, and the destruction of the goblin hordes in every other portion of the city. From here, from where you are to the south, and all the way north to the stone, you see only 3 small fires. And you don't see the fires themselves, you just see the firelight shining on the sides of buildings. Where the rest of the city is lit up in every square or intersection, there are goblin fires, goblins capering, dancing, shouting, chanting. You can hear and feel snippets of dark rituals as they thrum through the night air. But around you and your people, around this ancient square, which eons of history on this square. You think of all that it's been through, all the battles it's survived, from the very first one at the facing down of the ancient red dragon to the last time it was invaded by goblins. You listen to the soft voices and laughter, a warmth and comfort in the square, and a closeness that wasn't quite there before. And you see that whatever Baradwin's goals are, she did not waver on whatever role she played as trying to bring folks together and solidify things here in the square. So if she is your enemy, she is playing a strange game indeed. And if she is not your enemy, perhaps she's playing an even stranger game. But this and all other things will perhaps be discovered next time in the Goblin Stone. For tonight, your heroes have earned a rest. The square is safe. And even without raising your blade and working up a sweat, you have stopped something dark from happening in the square this evening. Perhaps it's a trouble put on for later sessions, later times. But for now, our heroes rest safe in their accolades with new things before them and new resources surrounding them. And with that, I think time will pause to an imperceptible crawl for our heroes. And we can step back for a moment and check in and see how the session was for everybody. I'd like to go first. This was really fun. I like all the action and problem solving and delving deep and skirmishing, and it's really, really fun. But then everything's slowing down and letting the characters breathe and seeing some of the fruits of your labors and getting to spot some maybe other features within the story and world. While you know that there's more to find and do with, like in the stone, and that there's this spy that you found, this manor nearby, this very suspicious halfling, and now you're suspicious of the bard. These events happening at the docks that you're interested in. It's just nice for it, just different things to come together, open up, breathe, and I think we'll kind of start off next session right around here. We might backtrack again to let perhaps Millie and Helena have their speech. And yeah, as far as plotting and planning on what to do next, I think we'll probably do some of that next session also. But yeah, this was just yeah, this was really fun, and it was satisfying that like, even from a GM perspective, where I'm like, you want to have the gotcha, you know, you want to have that moment where the players are surprised and oh shit, they got to scramble, and it's really fun. But it's equally satisfying when the setup is there and it all can happen, and the players are able to sort of thwart it or change it somehow. So that was really fun and satisfying. You know, I was all set for this thing to happen later on while y'all were sleeping, but some really high checks on some high DCs that I set, and so heck yeah, it's fun. Those surprises are fun for me. So, but how about you guys, Cliff? You have any thoughts for you? Anything stand out that you think the party needs to discuss going forward? Any favorite moments or anything at all of the session?
It was rich with moments. I was, you know, it was great for us to have an opportunity to interact with so many different characters. You know, I feel like even though Helena's not here, I got to have a little connection there with the characters, and that was whimsical and fun, and having a little bit of this intrigue added with this mysterious person who, you know, he's still trying to figure out. You know, he's taking notes. You know, he's one of those people that will take 6 months to track down a bounty. You know, and he'll take his time, and he'll sit and wait for a week for them to show up in some town. So he's not going to jump on him right now, but it's just feeling everything out and getting a sense of what's going on there, and just kind of knowing where everyone's at is kind of what his focus is right now. So that, you know, and there's a lot of rich material to work with here. So yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it.
Heck yeah, yeah. Yeah, Cliff exercising the patience of a hunter, you know, a stalker, right? Yeah.
Try.
Well, X, how about you? DL, any thoughts for you on the night? Anything that stood out for you? Anything that you're really excited about? Things that you really feel like you need to talk with the party about, or anything? Any notes?
Yeah, no, I like that we got to do a little bit of non-combat role play, character development stuff. That's always nice. Just to point out to listeners who may not realize this, coming up with character voices and knowing who people are and what they do and what they would say, and just like all the stuff that DM comes up on the spot, that's not easy. So you know, just a shout out of respect for how quickly you come up with this stuff, and just be like, oh yeah, sure, here you go, here's some lore. So,
thanks, man.
Yeah, I love it, and you know, I also I like this feeling like, you know, we're bringing hope to the town. In a situation, you can kind of feel how dark and gritty this situation would really be, and the fact that we as adventurers can give people hope that, you know, it's not all that bad and we're going to pull through it. That, I don't know, I get that feeling from the whole session tonight. Like, you know, our characters are kind of focal point for that hope. So I like that about it. It feels good to be heroic.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, excellent, because that was kind of my goal with this, and it's kind of why I like the campaign style. It's like that should build, you know, depending on what the party does, and so heck yeah. What about you, Mr. Locag, Big Bry? Anything stand out for you from the session? Things you're really excited about? Want to talk to the party about? Nervous about? Any standout moments? Anything?
Much like Locag, I always enjoy a chance to grandstand. So being able to get up there and make a speech was awesome. I liked when Cliff's little trick with like frisking. I thought that was like, I was like, dang, dude, that was
good
super,
thinking,
super well executed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned about sending these people. They can't be in the square, but sending them away is also equally dangerous, because if they're working against us, it just gives them an easy opportunity to communicate with the enemy. And also for them to maybe fake a death or go to the docks and take the good stuff, poison the food. So there's a lot of concerns with sending them away.
Yeah, we got to track them. We can't just let them go on their own. I agree.
I mean, hopefully we'll have time to do that. I don't know. It's almost like, how much do we leave to the NPCs to figure out on their own while we are in the zone?
Yeah,
we got to balance that. But I really enjoyed this session. So sometimes you roll 100 dice, and sometimes you roll 10. Equally as enjoyable sessions for me.
Heck yeah. It's an interesting thought on like following the halflings and gnomes. As you all have been out, and I don't think you all have had a long rest yet. Have you?
No.
So yeah, that could potentially be pretty interesting if you all decided to do that. There's always the option that you all could try to get a rest and then slip off after them and see if you can find them that way. Depending on how long they're going to be gone. A crew of gnomes and halflings who are all their lifestyles have made them pretty sneaky, we'll say. Probably shouldn't have too hard a time getting down there and seeing what's what. Now, the only question is how long they're going to spend slipping into places to get to procure said samples. So they could be back before you wake up. It could be longer than that. But yeah, I'm interested. We could probably maybe talk about that throughout the week in chat, or maybe we can ask some of our viewers, ask Jar Jar, some of our friends, what they think. All right, let's see here. Checking something out really quick. Okay. Well, I think that is going to do it for this session, gang. Thank you, Mythlanders, for being here and enjoying the story with us, and players and viewers alike. This is just fun, and I appreciate y'all doing this every week. Oh, right, X has 1 hit point. Yeah, everyone is. Yeah, y'all went through it, and definitely need the upcoming rest. So maybe slipping out into the night after the gnomes and halflings isn't the best idea, but we can also maybe revisit. You don't have to. You could maybe call them back at the last minute before they slip out, if between now and next session you all come up with a new plan. So we can sort of pause here right as they're about to leave the square. That way, if we redecide otherwise, we're still right there at that point.
Cool.
Well, everyone, Mythlanders players and friends out there, have a great week. Happy New Year. And thanks for being here again. Enjoy your week. Hit me up if y'all, through Discord or through Whispers or whatever, if you have any questions about the game. Come and find us on Discord. You can whisper me for that as well. Or you can find it in my profile here on Twitch. All that information is easily accessible to you. We look forward to seeing y'all next week. Say goodnight, Mythlanders.
Good night, Myth.
I'm master of the ring, it's no big thing. With my weapon I swing, pain that I bring would make the bard sing. Some called me the king, but you don't have to call me that. It was the name the fans had for me, You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer. I don't tell any lies, I'm massive in size. I think it's quite wise when my hammer flies. The naughty goblin dies, the pretty lady cries, but I can compromise. Because I'm really cool and like to do my thing. You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer. I can dance a jig, I can laugh real big, I can snap you like twig, put you in the brig. I don't wear a wig, I do eat like a pig, though please not that fig. I'm really not a fan of those day-type fruits, You can call me Lokag, or just buy me another beer. He's got the mind to build a land, every creature spell and grain of sand, to Arabelle where life was grand. He brought the stone, now take a stand. Maps and dice, he lays it down. Are we enough to save the crown? A twist of fate, a roll of chance. In Feanor's domain do stories dance. Come join this world where magic flies, through caverns dark and open skies. His crafted dreams for us to roam, an epic quest to save our home. Speaks with voices old and wise. Goblins roam and heroes rise. With every turn a new surprise, brought to us to fantasize. From dusty tomes and ancient lore, to battles fierce and treasures more, you've got a place, an open door. Adventure calls you can't ignore. Join Feanor's world where magic flies, through caverns dark and open skies. His crafted dreams for us to roam, an epic quest to save our home.